Yes, ma'am. I'm not the only one, but yes, I was one of the ones put in the crime scene tape.
And the purpose of doing that is what?
The preservation of evidence.
And did you perform any other duties of this nature while you were out there on that morning?
Yes, ma'am. I did spread out a crime scene tape both in the front end of the property as well as in the back, the urban loop area.
It's clear from when you get there, after riding your bike at a furious pace, that you had no idea who the shot officer was.
That's correct, ma'am.
And why was that?
I had no idea because when I got there, I didn't recognize the vehicle as being one of the bike patrol vehicles. The officer that had been shot, his face was covered with a bloody towel or a sheet or some sort, maybe a t-shirt. So I couldn't recognize his face.
Okay. And how did you ultimately find out who the victim was?
Officer Ochoa came up to me and asked me if I knew who that was. I told her I did not. She then proceeded to pick his shirt up as he was being put into the ambulance, and she saw his badge number. She then went to her vehicle, ran the badge number on the MDT, and eventually she came back and told me that it was Ben Marconi.
How would you describe the overall scene upon arrival and just as the morning progressed?
It was frantic. It was controlled. I felt like there was enough personnel on there to control the scene. I thought we were all being very professional to control that scene. There was a lot of emotion involved as well. Just the fact that it was one of our own, regardless of who it was. You know, seeing the patrol vehicle there, seeing a patrolman in uniform laying there with blood all over his head. It was very, very emotional.
And was Ben Marconi acting as a peace officer in his line of duty when he was shot?
100%.
No conclusion, Your Honor.
Response?
It's his personal knowledge, Your Honor. He sees the victim in his uniform outside of a patrol vehicle.
Could we approach Judge, get this?
Yep. Let me sustain that, and you can rephrase your questions.
I have not heard.
right, state.
So was Ben Marconi, to your knowledge, a peace officer with San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have testified that you and Benjamin Marconi worked this shift, this Sunday morning shift together every Sunday for a year. Is that what you testified to yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you started this shift, was he in uniform when you met him, when y'all met up in the morning, getting ready to depart for the day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he start his shift in a marked SAPD police vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And is that the same police vehicle that we see in this video?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And when you arrived, was Ben Marconi in his uniform injured outside of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
And was Benjamin Marconi, from what you could tell, and in fact you talked to the people that were there, was Benjamin Marconi pulling someone over, had a car pulled over in front of public safety headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those people still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
The ones that Benjamin Marconi had pulled over?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you able to discover, just from being at the scene and being present, that Benjamin Marconi was in fact on a traffic stop at the time of his death?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge, not relevant, cause for speculation. It's a conclusion of law, and it makes the province of the jury.
He has personal knowledge, Judge, of what he saw when he arrived at that scene.
Judge, I would object to the prosecutor making these talking objections.
What's your response to the speculation objection?
That you saw it with his own eyes, Judge. It's not speculation, it's personal knowledge.
If I may, Your Honor, he was not there at the time of the shooting. He's seen something thereafter. He cannot opine. It's not relevant. For all those reasons, I'll state them again if you want me to.
All right, so I'll sustain. Ask me questions about what he personally observed.
So is pulling someone over and potentially writing a ticket for a traffic violation, is that part of the normal duties of a police officer when they're on duty?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that any of you working this Sunday morning shift would do on that shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that part of what you were tasked with doing when you left and Benjamin Marconi left that morning on your shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And is having the bar lights on a police vehicle on, is that another way of conducting a traffic stop?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time state calls Francis Ochoa.
I'm going to swear you in.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, lower your hand. Make sure everybody can hear you in the microphone. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Officer Francis Ochoa. I'm spelling my name Francesochoa.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Ochoa.
Good afternoon.
If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living.
Hello. My name is Francis Ochoa. I patrol the streets of San Antonio. I'm stationed at the Central Substation, which is right here on Frio. And I've been doing it for 17 years.
And have you been when you said you've been doing it for 17 years, have you been a police officer patrolling the streets for the San Antonio Police Department for the entire 17 years?
Yes, ma'am, for the entire 17 years.
And Central Sub, you said it's located on Frio Street. Is that just right across 35 from the police headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long do you think, what do you think the distance is from the Central Substation to police headquarters on 315 North Santa Rosa?
Maybe a mile, maybe not even a mile.
All right. Did you know a man by the name of Benjamin Marconi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did you know Benjamin Marconi?
I worked with him for some time on West Patrol. And then a couple years later, I was injured and I was assigned to SVU. And I was there probably about 8 months or so.
Okay. And you worked with him on West Patrol. Do you recall when you worked with Benjamin Marconi in West Patrol?
No, ma'am.
No.
It was West B shift, so it's been a while.
Okay, so that was the B shift, meaning the afternoon shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long, can you recall how long you worked with him in the West Patrol?
No, maybe about 2 years.
And then at some point you said you were injured and you got moved to SVU, which is the Special Victims Unit.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Marconi at that time was working there, assigned there as a detective. He'd been promoted from patrol officer to detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. Do you recognize the individual in this picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who is that?
Benjamin Marconi.
And is on November the 20th of 2016, was Benjamin Marconi a police officer working for the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back then to November the 20th of 2016, were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what shift were you on? What were your hours?
I work from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And sometime around 11:38, 11:39 a.m., did something come out over the radio that caught your attention?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was that, Officer Ochoa?
I heard an officer come on the radio and say, I have an officer down at headquarters.
And upon hearing that, were you given any other information at that point as to what had happened to that officer?
No, ma'am.
And upon hearing that an officer was down at headquarters, what did you then do?
I got in my patrol car and went over there as fast as I could.
And you said you were at the Central Substation. You were just kind of walking out of the Central Substation when you heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you got over there as fast as you could.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you just briefly tell us the route you took?
I exited the substation, turned left on Frio, and then right on Cesar Chavez. And I went through to one light, then to the second light at Santa Rosa. And then I turned left.
And when you arrived at the scene, what did you observe? Can you describe for the jury how the scene appeared?
When I got there, I could see an officer was on the ground, like they had pulled him out. And I didn't know who it was, but it's just, I know it's one of us. So it was just like, it was surreal. Like I couldn't believe that I was actually there. An officer had been, I didn't know what had happened, but since he was on the ground, it looked like they were working on him, so it wasn't good.
And you said you saw an officer down. Were you able to tell at that point who the officer was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And why is it that you weren't able to tell?
There was a lot of people around him, but I mean, what I could see, I just couldn't tell who it was.
Could you see that the officer, what the officer was wearing? That he was wearing, in fact, a San Antonio Police Department uniform?
Yes, ma'am. I saw the pants, and then I think it was his vest, because they had pulled his shirt open.
And you said you saw individuals working on him. What did you see them doing?
I'm not sure. I think they were doing like CPR, and they were just saying something about open his mouth, or I don't know.
And what are you doing at this point?
I'm just looking, trying to figure out where I'm needed or what I can do.
And so at this point, still you don't know the identity of the officer?
No, ma'am.
Is there a time that shortly thereafter, while this is, while the other individuals are working on, performing CPR on this officer, that you attempt to find out the identity of the officer who was down?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you go about that?
I stayed there, and then eventually they were putting him on a stretcher, and they were getting ready to put him in the ambulance. And so I wanted to know who it was. We needed to know who it was. So I went up to him, and I flapped his shirt, and it happened to be the badge side. And I got the badge, and I believe I told another officer. And then I ran to my car to run him on our laptop.
And when you said you checked his badge, was he wearing a badge just like yours?
No, ma'am. It was the cloth badge. It's like a patch that they embroider with our badge number.
So police officers, when they're wearing their uniform, have two options, is that right? Or have an option of wearing a metal badge with a metal nameplate
Yes,
on
ma'am.
their uniform? Or what is the other option?
It's an embroidered name and then an embroidered badge number on a patch.
So it's a badge that's embroidered, but it has their badge number embroidered also.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in this case, the individual who you later learned was Benjamin Marconi was had the embroidered name with the embroidered badge with his number on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. And it says that, is that what you saw, Officer Ochoa?
Yes.
Okay. And so even seeing the number, obviously you don't have other officers' badge numbers memorized,
Right.
generally speaking, right? You said what did you do when you received the badge number, you got the badge number?
I got the badge number, and I ran to my patrol vehicle, and there's a way that we can run officers by badge, and then it brings you a picture, it tells you the name.
And so when you ran the badge number, did Officer Benjamin Marconi's picture come?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And once you saw who it was, what did you then do?
I ran out, and I started telling everybody, because nobody knew who he was.
Okay. And was it hard to, I guess you said it was difficult to see who he was because he was being worked on, and was that also because of the condition he was in? What would you say?
I just couldn't really get a good look at him, and they had beards at the time, but I just couldn't tell who it was.
Okay. And so then once you, do you recall telling Gus Segura who it was?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he was the first person I told.
And Officer Gus Segura is the individual who just testified right before you. You passed him coming in.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? Were you wearing a body-worn camera at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review your body-worn camera footage?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the...
Yes.
All right. Officer Ochoa, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 42. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does it have your signature and the date that you watched it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the contents of State's Exhibit number 42, is this the body-worn camera footage that you had that shows you leaving the central sub or driving over to the scene in front of police headquarters on 315 Santa Rosa?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that location at the scene where you arrived and later learned it was Ben Marconi? Is that located in San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the subject to the court's ruling on the video footage and audio, at this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 42.
Which is coming under the same conditions as the previous one. We have no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish it to the jury?
Yes.
And before we get started, how would you describe the scene as you arrived?
Chaotic, surreal.
Still loading. Judge, the disk is having some difficulty loading, so we've texted our IT people to come down. And in fact, Jessica came and checked to make sure it worked before we even started, and it worked, so I'm not sure why it's not working now.
Okay. Do we need to move on, or do we wait?
Let's see. I'm gonna keep trying.
Okay.
So I can continue asking questions while this is running. Officer Ochoa, you said that you had worked with Officer Benjamin Marconi at West Patrol. And so, having been a patrol officer yourself for 17 years, can a police officer pull someone over if they're off duty?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can a police officer pull someone over on a traffic violation if they are off duty?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is pulling an individual over for a traffic violation, is that part of an official duty of a police officer?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
Your Honor, if I may, at this point, that's not relevant. They can ask her about Officer Marconi, but that's not relevant to this issue.
Judge, it's highly relevant. It's one of our
Well,
issues in our
we
case
can
that
approach
we
Your Honor on
have.
that issue. I mean, we're going to run around in circles if they're going to keep on trying to do this.
It's overruled.
So again, Officer Ochoa is a police officer, you said cannot make a traffic stop, right? Cannot make a traffic stop unless they're on duty, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is conducting a traffic stop an official duty of a San Antonio police officer who is on patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
And is conducting a traffic stop, in your opinion, as a police officer for 17 years, conducting a traffic stop, is that a lawful discharge of an official duty of a San Antonio police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are police officers, specifically with the San Antonio Police Department, are you all sworn to uphold the laws of the state of Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And of state of Texas, and also any type of like city ordinances or municipal laws
Yes, ma'am.
of San Antonio? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Officer Ochoa, you testified that you had gone to the scene. You at some point you were able to check the badge number of the officer who was as the officer was being loaded into the ambulance. Is that correct? And that's when you discovered
Yes,
the
ma'am.
badge number, and you later ran it and confirmed that it was in fact Benjamin Marconi, or
Yeah.
later learned it was.
Yes.
Do you, did you also, at some point, go inside Detective Marconi's, the patrol car that Detective Marconi was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went inside the patrol car, what did you find, or what did you pick up?
Driver's license
Okay. And where was that driver's license?
on the laptop.
On the laptop. And what did you, do you recall who the driver's license was for?
No.
Okay. And what did you do with that driver's license? Or what did you learn about it?
I had it, and I said I have the license, and they said that's not him.
Okay. Meaning that's not who?
that's not who had shot Ben.
Okay. And obviously it wasn't Detective Marconi's driver's license, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 43 and 44. You went inside the patrol cars, what you testified. State's Exhibit number 43, does that fairly and accurately show what you saw when you looked into the patrol car and retrieved that driver's license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 44 is a close-up of the screen on State's Exhibit number 43.
Yes, ma'am.
And do these fairly and accurately appear the way you saw them when you looked into the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the State moves to introduce State's Exhibits number 43 and 44.
All right, 44 and 43 are admitted, sir.
I'm also going to show you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. State's Exhibit number 45, a photograph. Do you recognize what's depicted in State's Exhibit number 45?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does State's Exhibit number 45, the photograph, fairly and accurately show the scene as not as you arrived, because obviously Detective Marconi has been taken away in an ambulance, but at some point at the scene, does this fairly and accurately depict where the placement of the cars are, and also in terms of the location in front on the side of police headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the State moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 45.
Oh, no, Judge.
It's admitted.
All right, Officer Ochoa. All right, so looking at State's Exhibit number 45. Does this show the location of the patrol car that you later learned Ben Marconi was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the location of where that car was. The car was in the same location that's shown in State's Exhibit number 45 when you arrived. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you also, looking at State's Exhibit number 45, you see what appears to be a tangerine and black Pontiac Firebird it's pulled over in the, I guess, the entrance and exit area of the San Antonio Police Department parking lot. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you learn at some point while you were there that this was the vehicle that Detective Marconi had conducted the traffic stop on?
Yes.
And you testified that that when you went into Detective Marconi's patrol car, that you found a driver's license that was on the computer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if that license was bent or not?
It was bent?
If it had been bent, do you recall one way?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. And so you removed the license. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you do with that driver's license?
I honestly don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. And you said this is the inside of the patrol car, State's Exhibit number 43, where you had removed do you see where the license, could you tell us where you found the driver's license?
It was standing up in between the keys.
Okay. And when you say in between keys, where would the keys be?
The keyboard.
Right, but where would the keyboard be in this?
Oh, it's on the
picture?
laptop.
Okay, so, and you can mark on your screen, is this right here, somewhere around here?
Yes, ma'am, and the key, just in between the keys where you type.
Okay, and there's this laptop. What do officers on patrol that are conducting traffic stops do? What do they use this laptop for when they pull an individual over and conduct a traffic stop?
This is where we would run their name, their birthday, their vehicle information.
And is that part of an officer's lawful discharge of an official duty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when they're conducting a traffic stop?
Yes.
Okay. And is that common practice with police officers to run another driver's, the driver that the officer had pulled over, their driver's license, their vehicle registration, their license plate number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So looking now at State's Exhibit number 44, do you see, and I can zoom in. Okay, what does State's Exhibit number 44 show?
It's the registration for that vehicle.
Okay, and so specifically, are you able to see, and if you could, I think you can take your finger and do a circle around it. Are you able to see the license plate number of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and please point to that for us.
Come here, circle it.
Okay, I think it should work. Yeah, it works.
So you want to go circle it.
So you made a mark on top of the license plate number, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the license plate number that Officer Marconi would have entered was, if you could read that for us, please.
DLV 9244.
So then if we compare that license plate number that Detective Marconi would have run, does that license plate number match the license plate number that's depicted in State's Exhibit number 45 of the tangerine and black Pontiac Firebird?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what is the license plate number of the Pontiac Firebird in State's Exhibit number 45?
It's DLV 9244.
Okay, the same one as in State's Exhibit 44 that's shown on Detective Marconi's MDT, Mobile Data Terminal, right, his laptop?
Yes.
Okay, and does it also indicate the type of vehicle it is?
Yes.
Okay, and please point to us where that is. And so what does that, you underline 2001 PONT, which would reference Pontiac, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then FBD for Firebird. And what is 2H stand for?
Two hatchback.
Okay, 2 hatchback.
Two door and then the back open.
Okay, 2-door and then a hatchback. I see. Okay, and then are you able to see where the vehicle, it says registration class. This is kind of near the top, and it says Victoria County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the owner as a Norma Ann Rowland. Is that right, in Victoria?
Yes.
Okay. And so looking at State's Exhibit number 44, and obviously having testified that that license plate that Detective Marconi would have run in State's Exhibit number 4 does in fact match the license plate number in the scene, State's Exhibit 45, that Detective Marconi had conducted the traffic stop on. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And from seeing this, looking, you personally going into the car, getting the driver's license from that was on his laptop, and then doing the comparison of the driver's license, the license plates, both to the one he ran and to the one of the Pontiac Firebird. Does it appear to you, officer, that Detective Marconi had just run this individual's license plate when
Yes.
he conducted the traffic stop?
Yes, ma'am.
So, after you informed, you found out that the officer that had been shot was Benjamin Marconi, and you informed some of the other officers at the scene the identity of Ben Marconi. What did you then do?
Eventually, I went back to my patrol car and I went to the hospital.
And you went to SAMC?
Yes, ma'am.
And, okay, so we got your body-worn camera to work.
Okay.
You want to maybe play the video?
Yes. State Exhibit number 42.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't even heard that, honestly. Okay, He said he went to the parking lot. How do you get to the parking lot?
It may be a black Mazda 4-door, or he's not 4-door there, I'm sure.
Okay, we have the wrong thing. I got it from the laptop, but they said that wasn't him. Yeah. How do you go behind the parking lot? Come on. Watch out. Who's following them? I'm on the other side. Where's the car? Where's the car? 2382 is his badge number. I don't know what it is. Who's following him? Huh? Okay. Oh.
Your incident has been updated.
What?
Your incident has been updated.
Hey, Mike. I saw him the other day. Ferry took him. Ferry took him. It's Ben Marconi.
And the individual that you're just telling right now, it's Ben Marconi, is that Gus Segura, the bike officer who had just previously testified right before you?
Yes, ma'am.
When you enter Detective Marconi's badge number into your system, are we able to see that his photo came up onto your screen?
Yes.
Okay, and as soon as his photo came up, is that when you closed it quickly?
Yes.
Now, at this time in your body-worn camera, what's happening right now? What are you doing?
Honestly, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do next.
You still have I think you still have the driver's license in your hand of the individual that you had picked up from Detective Marconi's laptop. Is that right?
I guess that's what it is.
And then there comes a time when you, on this video, where you get in your patrol car near the end and you leave the scene. Is that right, Officer?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you go to?
I drove to SAMC.
And what is SAMC?
San Antonio Military Medical Center.
And where is that located?
Off of 35, 35 North and 35 and 410.
And you made that decision to go there?
Because I'm a family assistance officer.
And what is a family assistance officer?
We get it's a voluntary unit where we get assigned, we're on call for officers that are seriously injured or killed.
And so this is something that you volunteered to do or to be involved in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you been a family assistance officer?
I believe about 7 years.
And so one of your responsibilities as a family assistance officer is to be with the family. Is that right? In
Yes,
a time
ma'am.
like this, in a critical time like this, when their loved one has been injured. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you got to SAMC, what did you then do?
I was waiting while they were working on them and talking to all the other family assistance officers that had gotten there.
And how many family assistance officers are there?
I believe total is like 33.
Okay. And so family assistance officers have a full-time regular job, is that correct, with the police department as a police officer, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then they do this in a volunteer capacity.
yes.
Yeah, Lucy, maybe we could just stop it real quick, and then we'll just want to rewind it and pause it and see the driver's license that you have in your hand. Who is that shown in these two gentlemen? Are you able to?
Lieutenant Bell?
Lieutenant Bell is the one to the left. Is that correct? Right
Yes,
here?
ma'am.
And then do you know the gentleman to his right?
I believe his name is Sullivan.
Is that Lieutenant Bell?
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
left?
Yes.
And so, we're, at this point, will you leave the scene shortly thereafter, is that correct, and head to SAMC?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrive at SAMC, can you describe for us, do you see where Benjamin Marconi is?
Yes.
Okay. And where is he?
He's in the room and they're working on him.
And when you say the room, do you mean one of the ER rooms?
One of the ER rooms, yes, ma'am.
And the rooms at SAMC and their ER department, are they, can you describe for the jury kind of how they appear? Are they open? Are there windows?
There's windows and the door was open and there was officers all around trying to look inside as they're working on him.
Oh, as they're working on it? And can you see doctors, nurses, kind of the, and how does, what are you seeing, if you could describe it for us?
I just see a bunch of doctors and nurses working on Ben. A lot of blood.
I can't.
A lot of blood.
Okay. Where, how far away are you from the emergency room, the actual area where Officer Marconi is?
I'm right in the front.
And so, how long do you stand there? How long are you able to watch?
Till they pronounce.
Okay. And do you recall who was around when Officer Marconi was pronounced dead?
A few of us. I remember a few.
And how did you learn that Benjamin Marconi was pronounced dead?
I heard somebody called it, and they gave a time.
Okay. One of the doctors did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what happened at this point?
They walk out, and the CSI needed to gather some evidence, and so they walked out and said we could do whatever we needed to do.
And then did a member of the crime scene unit come in and photograph Detective Marconi?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did they collect his uniform and his belt and everything he had on him at the time?
Yes, ma'am. A few of us helped her gather all that.
Okay. And were you one of the officers that helped the CSI officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you do then? How did you help?
But we were trying to take off. So his uniform was under his body, and there was blood everywhere. And so we tried pulling the shirt out, and his gun belt was under him as well. So we sat him up until we could pull his shirt out. And then we had to maneuver him around till we were able to pull out the gun belt and the pants and the uniform.
And then after you and the other officers did that, what did y'all do with his uniform and gun belt and the other items?
The CSI took him. She was still in the room.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Lindsay.
Okay, Lindsay Patton.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How would you describe the mood in the emergency room?
Sad. Everybody was crying.
And were you present when the Marconi family arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do in terms of meeting with them, talking to them, comforting them?
We were trying to locate them. We couldn't locate any one of them. And the only one I believe we had located was his sister. And so I got on the radio and I asked for an officer, an SAPD officer, to go to her location, which was somewhere by the Alamo. And I coordinated that, and I believe she arrived first. And then when she was running in, I stopped her and I asked her what she knew, what she had heard. And she didn't know that he had passed away, so I had to give her the news that he had passed away. I then took her inside and we went in to see Ben. And then, do you want me to go on to the whole, okay.
Sure, yeah, please
So
tell us.
I took her in and we were in there for a little bit. And then I believe it was Dane that came next.
And
His
who is-
son,
okay.
Ben Marconi's son. He came in next with his girlfriend, and they were about to take him into the room where Ben was laying. And I wasn't sure that he had been actually notified that Ben had died. So I kind of stepped in the way and I said, hold on. What do you know? And he said that he heard his dad was shot. The other FAO then realized that he didn't know. So I had to notify him as well, literally standing at the doorway of Ben's room where Ben was at. And so I told him and the girlfriend.
And let me just stop you. So you mentioned you were there with another FAO. What does that stand for Family Assistance Officer?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay, just so that we all understand. So then Dane comes. Dane is Ben Marconi's son, Officer Marconi's son. He comes with his girlfriend, and you're telling him that. And what words did you use to tell him that?
I don't recall the exact words, but I know I told him that his dad didn't make it.
And he had only, at the time he arrived, he had only learned or had only heard that his father had been shot. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you go inside the ER room with Dane?
Yes, he had already come inside. And then there was a room where he walked in, and then there was a different room, like a doorway where Ben was at. And so I kind of stopped him there, and that's when I told him. And then we took him in. I think somebody else took him inside.
And were there other family members that arrived shortly thereafter?
Yes, ma'am. His daughter.
Yeah, can you get a little closer to the microphone? Thank you so much.
What is his daughter?
JC.
And so JC arrived. Did she come alone or with someone?
She was alone.
And what information did she have when she arrived? Do you know? I mean, do you know whether or not she knew of her father?
They had brought her into that same room where Dane was the first time, and she just kept saying, "I want my brother. I want my brother. Just bring my brother."
And did you or another family assistance officer bring Dane to JC?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what are you doing at this point?
I'm just standing there keeping an eye on them.
And what do JC and Dane do next?
She's asking him if he's okay, and they're just crying and holding each other.
And what is Officer Marconi? You said his sister was already there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did other family members arrive?
I don't remember.
And so, how long, with Dane and JC, how long is this after Ben had been pronounced dead?
I don't know.
And as one of your duties as a family assistance officer, is one of your duties to inform family members that an officer has passed away, their loved one, their father has passed away?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in fact, do that duty on November the 20th of 2016 pertaining to their father, San Antonio Police Officer Benjamin Marconi?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Officer Ochoa, so in the video, when you picked up the driver's license, and we can see it on the cold band, it's not bent at all, right?
I don't know. I mean, on the video, it wasn't. Not that I could see.
Well, yeah, I mean, at least unless you saw something I didn't, the driver's license that you have there is not bent at all, right?
Not from what I could see.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you picked it up from the laptop, you said, right?
Yes.
Above the keys?
Yes.
Of the laptop? Okay. And when you were over in Central if there's a homicide, do officers get assigned to that call? Typically, just your average homicide.
We get assigned to most calls, yes.
Yeah, and is that the key card thing or something like that?
It's called a key card.
Okay. And in this case, were you assigned to the case at the time that you responded?
No.
Okay. Do you know if Officer Segura was assigned?
No.
If Officer who?
Segura.
Thank you.
Okay.
And what was your answer?
No.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Is there an exhibit there, ma'am?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
Officer Ochoa, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked, I think and admitted already, as State's Exhibit 43, which you viewed earlier, and then State's Exhibit number 44. Those are you looked at them earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so just you're trying to figure out, I know you don't know the whole sequence of events, but here, at what time did Officer Marconi run the plates of the vehicle he was pulling over?
11:32.
Okay. And that was the last that we can tell, the last entry from Officer Marconi into his MDT, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because then the return comes back at 11:36:38, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now that doesn't require any activity on your part; it just comes back from the system.
Sometimes, like if it gives you like 5 or 6 things, and they come at different times.
Okay, but here it says 11:36:38, right?
Yes, the last one.
Okay, and we don't know, you don't know from your personal knowledge if Officer Marconi even saw that return, right? I mean,
Right.
You don't know.
No, I don't know.
Okay, and okay, if I may. Now, just generally, typically, you have training as a police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you a CSI?
No, sir.
Okay. What are your general duties?
I make house calls to people that want to report or the disturbances.
Okay, patrol officer generally, right?
Yes, sir.
And now, generally, when there's a crime scene, the general rule is you don't want to disturb it. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, the driver's license on the laptop that at this point you would agree with me that that's part of the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And knowing that it's a crime scene, generally we don't, the policy, the practice, whatever, is not to disturb it, right?
Yes, sir.
And then yet you took it upon yourself to reach in and grab that driver's license.
Yes, sir, because typically,
If I may, ma'am, I'm just asking you, did you reach in and grab the
Yes.
driver's license? Okay. I pass it with you.
Officer Ochoa, was time of the essence when you arrived
yes.
at that scene on November 20th of 2016 at what, 11:39, 11:40 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why was that?
We're trying to find out who shot Ben.
And you're a police officer, a certified peace officer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're wearing your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Anything you're doing is being recorded, right?
Yes.
Did you do anything improper that day when you picked up that license plate to try to figure out who may be involved in the capital murder of Detective Benjamin
I'm going to
Marconi?
object to leading
No, ma'am.
questions, Your Honor. And can you instruct the officer that when she sees me rise to object, she's an officer in particular, has training testifying, not to answer?
All right, if there's an objection, wait till we resolve that, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can rephrase your question.
When you reached in to retrieve the driver's license that you observed on Detective Marconi's MDT, his computer, his laptop, what was the purpose of you reaching in to get that?
Trying to find out who he was and what his involvement was with Ben.
With Ben's murder, is that
Ben's
right?
murder,
And
yes,
the
ma'am.
fact that Ben had just been shot twice in the head?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you picked up that license, police officers are allowed, I mean, he asked you the question, is that correct? But you weren't able to explain your answer?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the answer? What were you going to tell him?
Typically, as a police officer, when you pull a vehicle over, you have that's the most dangerous because that person can actually come and hurt you as well. That you're pulling him over. I thought at the time that it was the driver that had shot him.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Well, I think Judge, she's a trained peace officer. She can testify. Excuse me,
We
please.
don't have these
She can
talking
testify.
responses.
Well, I think the court can tell us what we can and can't do.
We approach the bench, Judge.
You can ask your next question.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Ochoa, you were saying that you reached in and you grabbed this driver's license as part of helping with the investigation. Is that correct? Or what were you telling us?
Yes, I grabbed it thinking that it was the driver that was involved.
And once did you learn shortly thereafter that it was not the driver?
Yes, somebody told me that it wasn't the driver.
Okay. But I guess my final question is, by you grabbing the driver's license in an attempt to try to figure out or to try to help with the investigation of Detective Marconi, did you do anything improper?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
She wasn't assigned
Well, I mean, but you know the integrity of a crime scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew there were already other officers there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't bother to look and see that Pontiac was still there, and there's another uniformed officer questioning the driver right in front of it?
No.
Okay. You just reached in and grabbed the driver's license.
It was a chaotic scene. There was officers all over the place.
To a crime scene you were not even assigned, correct?
Right. We still can go to calls without being assigned. We can be assigned later.
Especially when it's one of your own, right?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
And Officer Ochoa, when you arrived at the central substation, or you left from central substation to the headquarters, is that in your district?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that part of the police headquarters? Is that part of the central substation area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And everything that you did is contained on body-worn camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's nothing that you did that you didn't hide any of your actions. Is
No,
that
ma'am.
fair to say?
Yes.
Right. And the purpose of you picking up the license, going right in, there were multiple officers at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the object to the leading nature of the questions and ask them answered.
All right, so I will sustain the leading objection.
I guess finally, if you could explain to the jury, you testified that time was of the essence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were many officers at the scene doing different responsibilities different job responsibilities in terms of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do to help with the investigation?
I reached in to get the driver's license to try and find out who it was. Like I said, later on I was told it wasn't him. So we were talking to each other trying to figure out what was going on, what other officers had seen. It was chaotic. It was hard to say what everybody was doing.
And why was time of the essence?
Because the killer was getting away.
I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, your excuse.
Thank you so much.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take a short break. We'll try to make it about 10 minutes.
All right for the jury?
Have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to approach the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Mark Bissett, and it's MarkBisset.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bissett. How are you?
Good, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you do right now? How are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff in the county that I live in Colorado.
Okay. And for how long have you been a peace officer?
Since 2017, when I retired from the military.
All right. Just to let the jury know a little bit about you, where were you born and raised, Mr. Bissett?
Born in Massachusetts, New England, lived in New Hampshire. I joined the military, got stationed out here in Colorado, and stayed here.
What branch of the military were you in, sir?
What branch of the military?
Yes.
Sorry. I was in the Army. I was in 10th Special Forces Unit.
Okay. So when you say 10 Special Forces Unit, can you tell the members of the jury what that is?
Are you familiar with Green Berets in the Army? What a Green Beret or Special Forces soldier?
So for how many years were you Special Forces?
12 years.
Okay. And were you on any deployments?
I was on multiple deployments in a number of different capacities.
Okay. Can you just let the jury know a little bit about what training does someone go through to become a Special Forces operator in the United States Army?
I was initially trained as an infantry soldier, and then shortly after that into the Special Forces assessment and selection. Make it through selection. You have 2 to 3 years of training for your specialty on a Special Forces team in ODA. I was trained as a weapons specialist on the team. There were 4 different jobs. If you care to know about them, I can explain it. But I was the weapons specialist on the team.
And what were the other specialists on the team?
We had a weapons specialist, a demolition, construction. He would be the explosive guy specialist, medic, and who operated at about a PA level, and then a communications guy.
And how many members were on a team?
And ODA, which is an operational detachment alpha, is typically made up of 12 people. You have 2 of each job on the team, so you can conduct split team ops when they can send 6 guys one way, 6 guys another way.
Now, was there any cross-training going on? Did you, for example, you said you were a weapons guy. Did you also receive training in medicine?
Yes, because of the small teams and the remoteness of the environments we worked in, we cross-trained on each other's jobs. So I could make sure that the guy that is in charge of the radios, if something happens to him, we can get on the radio and call for help. If something happens to one of the medics, we're able to treat the medic, get him out of there.
Mr. Bissett, or Deputy Bissett now, I want to take you back to November 20th, 2016. Can you tell the members of the jury where you were on that Sunday?
I was down here in San Antonio.
Okay. And can you tell us what you were doing in San Antonio?
I was traveling with a girlfriend at the time. She competed in those America Ninja Warrior competitions, and she was down here running a course somewhere around here. And on that day, we were traveling over to meet her family at a different hotel.
What area of San Antonio were y'all in around, let's say, 11:35, 36, 37 that morning?
Not very familiar with names of the roads, but it's Chavez, or I was just outside of the police station.
Okay. Let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Maybe to help you out and orient so you can help the jury know where you were.
Sure.
Mr. Bissett, this has been introduced into evidence. As you can see, I'm used to doing this. I started with pen and paper. This way?
I think you're getting somewhere.
Well, I just have to let you know, Deputy Bissett, I couldn't get in the military because I had depth perception problems.
I understand.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you. State's Exhibit number 1. Can you point out on there? I think there's a marker on this screen, Mr. Bissett. I think you can on the screen in front of you, sir. I think you can mark on there in red where if you look down there, do you recognize in that orientation where your vehicle would have been on that morning?
Just trying to orientate myself here. This road that runs east to west, would that be there's Santa Rosa, and I think it was Chavez or something like that?
Yes. Let me just...
Yeah, they're not all labeled.
Yes.
And then
this would be Chavez, and that is Santa Rosa.
And then this is the police station.
Correct.
There's some hotels over here.
Yes.
Okay, so I was on, I guess this is Santa Rosa.
And can
that's
you...
an intersection
Does he just...
right there.
Just touch the screen? There you go. Okay.
Just above where I was. That's the
Okay.
stoplight there at that intersection.
Okay. So where that red dot is indicated, is that where your vehicle was?
Yes.
Okay.
If my cardinal directions are correct here, north, south, east, west.
Okay. And who was in the vehicle with you?
It was myself, 2 children, my 2 sons, and the girlfriend I was traveling with at the time.
Okay. And were you driving the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. So while you were at that intersection, did you notice anything unusual?
I did. Across the intersection, I noticed a patrol vehicle, one of the police car. Saw a cop car sitting off to the side with the door open.
And how do you know it was a cop car or police car?
I was a marked patrol unit.
All right. Did you notice whether or not its emergency lights were on?
I don't recall if the emergency lights were on.
Okay. So you saw a police vehicle with its door open. What next, if anything?
As I was sitting at the light, I looked over to my left, saw the vehicle with the door open, and I saw a man approaching the vehicle, come up the side of it, present a weapon. I looked to the right, getting ready to turn. As I was turning, heard a gunshot kind of ricochet around the noise in the area that we were in. Then I saw a man start to turn around as I was making the right-hand turn. So I thought, well, I better turn around really quick and get back there. So I turned around in the parking lot of the hotel, which would have been just to the east and south of that intersection there. Turned around in the parking lot, pulled up alongside the cop car on the opposite side of the road and got out.
And for what purpose did you get out?
I got out to offer assistance.
And did you offer assistance?
Yes. So got out of my vehicle.
Let's go a step at a time. Let's go back to did you see or hear a shot? Or let me step back even farther than that. You said you saw someone approaching the police
Yes.
car. Okay. Can you describe who or what you saw approaching the police car?
All black clothing, black male approaching, hands in front of him. The first time that I had put eyes on him was when he was just to the rear of the trunk of the vehicle on the driver's side as he approached.
I'm sorry. Just when the first time you saw him, you said he was just to the rear of the trunk of the vehicle. Are you talking about the officer's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, the cop car there with his patrol unit. I saw him just as he was approaching the vehicle and moving along the side of it.
And then what did you notice after that, if anything?
At that point, I could tell that he was moving towards somebody with a gun in his hand. The door on that cop car there on the patrol vehicle was open. I was sitting on this side, so the lower half was obstructed by the door, but I saw both hands holding what I know to be presentation of a pistol.
Okay. Now, did you actually see a gun?
The door was obstructing his hands, but I could tell by his body posture and the way his hands were together that he was presenting a pistol.
Okay. And when you say presenting a pistol, could you stand up and, with the court's permission, could you just show the jury? I take it that in your 14 deployments, have you been in combat and exchange of gunfire?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show the members of so you're experienced in dealing with somebody who presents a weapon?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume you presented weapons yourself?
Yes.
All right. Can you show the jury what you mean by what you saw this person doing in the presentation of a weapon?
Well, moving up along the side of the vehicle, and then as he approached the door, both hands coming together and leaning into the vehicle. So I saw from through the window of the door this up, so I could see presentation and what appears to be taking aim or pointing a pistol.
Okay. But you did not see a shot?
No. The door to the vehicle was obstructing that, but I heard the shot, and I immediately focused in on the threat that I identified. A man standing there in all black, the only person standing around in a posture presenting what I know to be presenting a firearm into that vehicle.
How many shots did you hear, sir?
I heard what sounded like one shot, but it bouncing off of the buildings there. I couldn't say if there was more than one shot, two shots, three, because the sound ricocheted around. But I knew it was I I knew there was a shot was fired, and I could tell that it was from a small caliber pistol.
How could you tell it was from a small caliber pistol?
Just the sound of it. You know.
So were you observing all of this while you were sitting at what you've indicated, that red dot on safety exhibit number 1?
Yes, that's where I initially observed it from, and then as I was turning, it kind of sunk in. It happened really quickly. So as I pulled to the stoplight, saw this starting to take place, at the same time I was starting to turn right, head east on that road there, and I looked over my shoulder out the window here and thought, well, I better turn around real quick. And that's when I pulled into the parking lot and came back.
So did you see the individual who you described as presenting leave the area of the officer's door?
Again, at the rear of the vehicle is when the man dressed in all black turned and was at the rear of the vehicle. That's when I had to look right to turn into the parking lot and then come back.
So did you see any vehicle behind the police officer's vehicle?
There was a vehicle in front, a vehicle behind it. It was a dark vehicle. And then I believe after the fact, another vehicle had pulled up that I believe was red.
All right. When you got to the Detective Marconi's vehicle, if you can watch the screen, I think that what did you tell the what did you say to the? I think it'll play. If you can watch this and tell the members of the jury what you're saying. Are you dressed in a red shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You referring to that there?
Okay. Can you stop? Yes. What is it? Can you tell the members of the jury? Is that you in the red shirt?
Yes, that's me in the red shirt.
Okay, and the ball cap?
Yes.
All right. And what are you telling? Obviously, they know you're not a police officer or with them. What did you tell them when you ran over there?
At that moment there, the officer was telling me to back off, give them some space so they could help out their partner there, their officer. And I told them that I had some medical training, that I was in special forces, and I wanted to help out.
Okay. Let's just play this so the jury can see what your role was that morning. And for the record, that was State's Exhibit 42, Officer Francis Ochoa's video. Deputy Bissett, when you got over there and started, were you over there? Did you help them take Detective Marconi out of the car, or was he still in the car when you got there? Or can you tell us what was going on?
When I approached the vehicle, there was another officer there. He was wearing a green uniform. He was in the process of removing him from the vehicle, so I helped him get him the rest of the way out of the car, laid down, and tried to stabilize as best we could.
And based on the medical training you were given in Special Forces, can you tell us what you saw when you were there trying to give, I assume, first aid or assess Detective Marconi's condition?
Seeing the gunshot wound to the back of his head, I knew that he was in rough shape. We had to try to do something quickly, so I had turned his head to the side to pour the blood out of his mouth to try and help establish an airway when they started CPR, and or if they were going to try to breathe for him. Initially, that's what I saw was this guy's in really bad shape.
It looked like from the video that he had something wrapped around his head. Can you tell us what that was?
I believe that was a sweatshirt. A passerby handed us a sweatshirt, and we put that underneath his head, put some pressure on the entrance wound.
It appeared that Detective Marconi was on his side. Was there any particular reason somebody in that condition would be placed on their side?
I was trying to pour the blood out of his mouth.
Did you do anything else to assess his body or his condition at that point?
I had started sliding my hands underneath, looking around for any other injuries, any other entry or exit wounds, sweeping for blood. Or
were y'all able to detect a pulse on Detective Marconi?
No, I didn't detect a pulse.
As far as you know, were you the only person there with medical training or paramedical training, anything like that?
The other officer that was there, he was working quickly, and he appeared to know what he was doing there.
Okay. And while you were there at the scene, did you run across what turned out to be evidence in this case?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury about that?
As I was knelt down next to the officer, I thought there was a rock underneath my knee, and I swept it out and realized that it was a casing to a bullet.
Okay. And for those of us who don't know anything about weapons, what is a casing of a bullet? What is that?
The casing is what we typically see as brass, the yellow part, or gold shiny thing, and sometimes steel. But it's the case that holds the propellant and the primer, which a bullet is seated on top of, and that's what we see as a typical bullet when you see those inserted into a pistol or a rifle or something. The shiny portion. That's what's left after you fire around.
Did the casing that you examined, did it tell you anything about the type of weapon that was used?
Yes. It appeared to be a .40 caliber pistol round.
And does that tell you anything about the type of pistol that's used?
Yes, it does.
What does that tell you?
That it came out of a semi-automatic pistol. It wasn't in a revolver or a single-shot pistol.
And once you ran across that casing, did you bring it to the attention of the other officers there at the scene?
Immediately, because I thought I was going to get in trouble for touching it, because I had swept it out from under my knee and picked it up in my hand. And once I told them that I had picked it up, I put it back down right where I found it, next to my knee.
And we saw you guys lifting Detective Marconi onto a stretcher to put on the EMS unit. Did you have any further actions or involvement with that scene that morning?
Once we had lifted him up and put him into the ambulance?
Yes.
Yes. Another officer approached me, told me that I was going to have to come into the station there and make a statement.
And did you give one?
Yes, I did.
Pass the witness, thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you're yours.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Francisco Ruiz.
Roger, I'm going to swear you in. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, you lower your head. You may need to adjust the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. You introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Francisco Ruiz, Francisco. Last name Ruiz, Ruiz.
State.
Thank you. Would you please tell us what you do for the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently assigned to the SWAT team.
And what does that involve when you're as part of the SWAT team?
Well, as part of the SWAT unit, we train and respond to critical incidents that pose a threat to public safety, such as hostage situations or barricaded subjects.
How long have you been with SAPD?
I've been 10 years on the department,
And how long with the SWAT unit?
for 5 years.
Do you have any other specialized training as being a peace officer and part of SWAT?
Yes, ma'am. I'm also a tactical medic.
And can you please describe to the jury what that means?
Tactical medic is just pretty much EMS, pretty much, right? It also has tactical senses to it because we are all also officers.
And with that training, what type of people are you trained to assist? Is it fellow officers, or could it be persons on the street? Who do you assist with this specialized training?
Everybody and anybody. Officers, citizens, everybody.
And back on November 20th, 2016, how did you find yourself at headquarters, police headquarters? Were you there?
Yes, ma'am. I was at the police headquarters with a fellow officer from a recent incident that occurred the night before.
So you were there for doing reports or for some other reason at headquarters?
Correct.
Did an E-tone eventually go out of some sort?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that E-tone for?
For an officer down.
And did you know where that officer was down?
No, I just heard the E-tone and immediately responded by following all the rest of the officers within that floor down an exit.
What floor were you on?
I believe I was on the 3rd floor. I can't recall.
So at some point you must have found out it's an officer down in front of headquarters where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you run down the stairs. Do you recall where you exited?
I can't recall.
Once you get downstairs, what do you find?
Once I get downstairs, I notice the patrol car and notice the commotion happening over in the southeast area of the headquarters building.
What was the patrol car doing?
It was at a standstill from what appeared to be a traffic stop.
Did it have its lights on?
Yes, ma'am. It has overhead lights on.
Was someone in fact pulled over in police headquarters parking area at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you proceed to do?
I proceeded to make my way following the rest of the officers in that area. Once I made my way around the patrol car, I could see Officer Ben Marconi on the floor.
Did you know it was Benjamin Marconi?
No, ma'am.
Did you find that out later?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you arrived, he's already pulled out of the vehicle.
From what I can remember, yes, ma'am.
So what do you do then?
At that point, whether or not he was actively getting pulled out of the vehicle, while he was on the ground, I assisted by just providing any type of medical interventions that I could that could be life-saving.
Specifically what, if you can recall?
Sure, yes, ma'am. I immediately started checking for exit and entry and exit wounds. Started at his head, and immediately from his head, I could see that there was a wound of sorts, whether it be an entry or exit wound on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head?
I cannot. It was just in the back.
Do you recall who else was around Benjamin Marconi at that time? Who else did you see?
I just saw 3 other individuals as well.
And do you recall what any of them were wearing or what they looked like?
I cannot. No, ma'am.
What were you wearing?
I was wearing green pants, a green uniform is what I was wearing.
Was there anyone else there that you found to have medical training such as yours?
I had heard that another individual within the immediate area had a medical training, had a medical background, but I couldn't pinpoint who exactly that was.
And did that person provide you assistance to help Benjamin Marconi?
Yes, ma'am.
What did y'all do once you assessed where the wounds were?
Well, everybody, for the 4 or 5 other individuals that were in the immediate area of Officer Marconi, they were all providing any type of assistance they could. But as far as for myself, I was just trying to establish an airway. I immediately saw that he had obstructions in his mouth, whether...
Let me stop you for
Sure.
a second. How do you go about establishing an airway on someone that's clearly been injured in their head?
Well, in order to establish an airway, you have to take all the obstructions out of his mouth. And once I saw that, I saw that he had blood in his mouth. So I attempted to roll him over to pour that blood out of his mouth to hopefully establish an airway.
Meaning you placed him on his side?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have anything in his mouth other than blood?
Not that I can recall.
So once you put Benjamin Marconi on his side, what did you do next?
From that point, we had established that he had an entry or exit wound in the back of his head. We tried to apply pressure there, but from that point going forward, we just tried to do whatever we could, and like I said, establish that airway. It was almost immediate that EMS shortly arrived thereafter.
What was your assessment as a tactical medic of Benjamin Marconi's state upon arrival?
There's 2 type of scales, if you will, that determine the consciousness of an individual. The Glasgow-Coma scale, and also how alert and orientated he is. Through those assessments with physical examination, right? It didn't appear that he was alert and orientated.
Did you find his physical condition to be in a bad way?
Yes, ma'am. I could see that he was pale and what looked to be flushed.
Was Benjamin Marconi in his uniform when you were assisting him?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
And was he outside of a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Did you assist in any way getting him loaded onto the EMS unit?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you do specifically?
We just assisted EMS lifting him up and putting him on a backboard and transferring him onto a stretcher, putting him inside the back of the ambulance.
And what did you do after Benjamin Marconi was placed in the back of the ambulance?
I can't recall what I did after that.
Was that the end of your service at this crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. That was the end of my capabilities at that point.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, state called CSI Juan Enriquez.
All right, Ms. Swearing. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Make sure everybody can hear you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court order, please.
I am crime scene investigator Juan Enriquez, Juanenriquez.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, if you would please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
So hi, crime scene investigator Enriquez with San Antonio Police Department. I've been with the department 10 years.
And what are your job responsibilities and duties as a crime scene investigator, a CSI with the San Antonio Police Department?
It's my job to respond to crime scenes, search for, locate, and document evidence, and also collect and preserve evidence.
And so when you arrive at a crime scene, who gives instructions to you or other CSI officers as to what you should collect or not collect?
It's usually the handling detectives.
Is it fair to say that sometimes things are collected that are may or may not even be connected to the case? They're just in the general vicinity?
Yes.
Okay. And they're collected for what purpose?
Because we don't know if it is or not related to the crime, so we collect it just to have it.
And so on November the 20th of 2016, were you dispatched to 315 South Santa Rosa?
Yes.
And what's located at 315 South Santa Rosa?
It'd be public safety headquarters.
And I asked if you were dispatched. Where were you dispatched from? Where's your office?
My office is at 515 South Frio,
And what is located at 515 South Frio?
the Central Patrol substation.
So Central Patrol is at that location, and also CSI, is that correct, the crime scene unit?
Yes.
How many crime scene investigators are there right now, approximately?
Approximately 40.
Okay. And do you recall how many were in existence in 2016?
Probably around the same number.
Okay. Give or take, right? I mean, and it kind of fluctuates, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you and other CSI officers were called out to the police headquarters. Did you write a report about what you did that day?
Yes.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
So Officer Enriquez, I'm handing you a copy of the report you wrote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the evidence, the job that you performed, the taking of the photographs, is that correct? That was your primary job at the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. Is that under, what SAPD case number is that under?
SAPD 16253595.
And is that the number that's the SAPD assignment number that's associated with the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
Yes.
And so if you could tell the jury what the scene was like when you arrived.
As I arrived, I observed Detective Marconi being placed into an SAFD EMS unit.
Okay, and what does that mean, SAFD?
San Antonio Fire Department.
So you're arriving. So on your report, does it say what time you were dispatched or called out?
Yes.
And what time was that, sir?
11:39.
Okay, 11:39 on November 16th of November 20th of 2016.
Yes.
Okay. And so at 11:39 a.m. you were dispatched. What time did you arrive at the location at 315 South Santa Rosa?
11:42.
Okay, so just 3 minutes later, right?
Yes.
And so you were telling the jury that you observed Detective Marconi being placed into the back of the EMS unit?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after that, or what did you next see?
That's when I took out my camera and started taking photographs.
And what was your, did the various CSIs have different job descriptions or different job responsibilities that day?
Yes.
Okay. And so other than taking photographs, did you have any other job responsibility?
Just one.
Okay, and what was that?
To collect a sweater that was found on the roadway.
Okay. Can I have just 1 second? Your Honor.
Yes.
And you said you immediately started taking pictures, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right. CSI Enriquez. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as okay. So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as States Exhibits 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 26, 27, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 43, 44, and 45. Did you take those photographs?
Yes.
And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 46 through 94 inclusive. So if you'll take a minute and look at these photographs. Did you take these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And States Exhibits 46 through 94 and the previous grouping of photographs that have already been introduced into evidence. These photographs you took upon arriving at 315 South Santa Rosa on November 20th of 2016 began approximately upon your arrival at say 11:42, 11:43 or so a.m.
Yes.
Now, the various items of evidence that are shown in these photographs, it was another CSI's responsibility to collect those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce States Exhibits 47 46 through 94. Inclusive. Your Honor, I'm going to ask one more question, and then I think the defense wants to approach. Mr. Enriquez, I'm also going to show you another photograph from this grouping and ask you, did you take this photograph as well at the same time that you're taking all the others that you've described in court?
Yes.
Okay. And that photograph, for the record, is State's Exhibit number 95?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 95 as well.
And y'all wanted to approach?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
as I speak, as I ask Mr. Enriquez questions.
Yes.
So, Mr. Enriquez, looking at State's Exhibit number 46 that was just submitted, tell the jury what this picture shows.
The front doors of Public Safety Headquarters.
And it has the address as well in the photograph, has the 315 address, is that correct?
Yes.
Above the door?
Yes.
Okay. If we're facing, it's above the left two sets of doors, is that true?
Yes.
And then that corresponds to a closer view of State's Exhibit 6 that's been admitted, correct? Showing the intercom system?
Yes.
When you arrived at the crime scene, a few minutes after the call came out, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you observe you said you observed the patrol car, and where was Detective Marconi when you arrived?
He was being placed into the ambulance.
Okay. And when you saw the patrol car, were the overhead emergency lights activated?
Yes.
And did you photograph that as well?
Yes.
So here's State's Exhibit number 46, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, a close-up State's Exhibit number 49. Are you able to see that the lights are activated in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also took a close-up of that, of the emergency bar, the overhead emergency bar, and that's shown in State's Exhibit number 50.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And on here you can see, and explain to the jury too, the lights, do they alternate red and white and blue, or how do the lights work?
Yes, they flash.
They flash, okay. State's Exhibit number 51, if you can tell the jury what this is a picture of.
Showing the Pontiac Firebird.
In relation to Officer Marconi's patrol car?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you receive information as to where the shooter traveled after Officer Marconi was shot? The path of travel?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that path of travel that you received in order to then photograph? I mean, that's the significance of your photographs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so what information did you receive pertaining to that?
That the vehicle traveled through the south parking lot of headquarters.
All right. And did you photograph that as well?
Yes.
So going from State's Exhibit 51 that you can see, you photographed, tell the jury looking at State's Exhibit 53 what this is a picture of.
That's a view from the parking lot out towards the street of the location of the vehicles.
Okay. And looking then at State's Exhibit number 54, tell the jury what these are going to be a series of pictures
Yes.
coming up, but if you could explain to the jury what these pictures show.
So this would be the same. I was standing in the same spot, but I turned and faced the other way into the parking lot.
So you're giving kind of a 180 view from the parking lot looking out towards Detective Marconi's patrol car and the Pontiac Firebird, and then you turned around and photographed the route that the shooter took after the shooting.
Yes.
So then State's Exhibit 54, and does State's Exhibit 54 show the side of police headquarters?
Yes.
Okay, and where's that located?
On the right-hand side.
Right-hand side, okay. And then State's Exhibit number 54, you can see a white vehicle here, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then this is as you continue to walk in a westerly direction, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 56 shows a little more of the side of headquarters.
Yes.
And this is the south side of headquarters?
Yes.
Okay, and then what is State's Exhibit number 57?
That's a view further down west in the parking lot.
And where is the exit to the, or at least the other exit? I guess one entry and exit is on Santa Rosa, and where's the other entry and exit to this parking lot?
On Urban Loop.
So as you continue your photographs west, facing west, State's Exhibit now 58. If you can explain to the jury what that is.
That's a view making the turn towards the entrance exit to the parking lot.
Okay, and it's a right-hand turn that a driver would have to make, is that right?
Yes.
In order to exit Urban Loop. State's Exhibit number 59.
That would be the entrance exit on Urban Loop side.
And so Urban Loop is then located on the left side of the picture,
Yes.
and then the west side of police headquarters is located on the right side of the photograph.
Yes.
Okay. And then in the back of the photograph is where there's a La Quinta hotel there, is that right?
Yes.
So looking at State's Exhibit number 27, what does this show us?
The patrol color of Detective Marconi.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits number 60. What is this a photograph of?
Of the clipboard on the dashboard.
And is that where you saw, everything that you were photographing is in the exact location as you saw it when you arrived, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 61. What is that, sir?
A photo of the name Marconi on the clipboard.
So it's a close-up of State's Exhibit number 60.
Yes.
And he said his name is written Marconi on the back of the clipboard?
Yes.
And does that appear on top of the clipboard to be a citation book or a ticket book?
Yes.
Is that what in fact it was?
Yes.
Did you also photograph the interior of the patrol car?
Yes.
So, looking at State's Exhibit number 68, what does this picture show, sir?
Shows the driver's seat of the vehicle.
And do you also see the MDT or the mobile data terminal?
Yes.
And is that also known as what's commonly known as an officer's laptop?
Yes.
What officers can use to run individuals' license plate numbers, driver's license number, other identifying information?
Yes.
On a traffic stop or any other type of encounter, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. So then looking at State's Exhibit number 43, it's just a different angle of the laptop, is that right? Once 68 is looking towards the driver's side, from the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then 43 is looking at the passenger side of the vehicle from the driver's side.
Yes.
Okay, and so looking at the MDT that you photographed, a close-up of that screen, you can see the screen in State's Exhibit 43, but is State's Exhibit number 44 a close-up of it?
Yes.
Okay. And does State's Exhibit number 44 show exactly what was on the screen when you arrived and photographed it?
Yes.
Did you change anything? Did you push any other buttons? Or is that exactly how it appeared?
I did not push any buttons.
Okay. This is exactly how it appeared, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also looking at State's Exhibit number 68, we see a police radio. Is that correct? On top of the MDT?
Yes.
And did you also photograph a close-up of the police radio, which is shown in State's Exhibit number 69.
Yes.
Okay. And what are the numbers, or do you see some numbers on the top of the radio?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those numbers?
Those are a badge number.
Okay. And what is that badge number?
2382.
Okay. And do you know whether or not that is Detective Marconi's badge number?
Yes. It is.
Yes, it is. Okay. And that's something that you later learned, right? I mean, at the time you didn't know, but you learned that by in the process of being out of the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. So, taking a look at State's Exhibit number. So again, going back to looking in the patrol car, I want to show you State's Exhibit number 62. Can you tell the jury what that picture is of?
A photo of the items on the front passenger seat.
Okay. And what were those items, sir?
Ticket books.
And are there blood on the ticket books?
Yes.
Okay. And is there also blood on the passenger seat?
Yes.
And where else did you see blood in the vehicle?
On the floorboard.
Okay. And when you say floorboard, which floorboard?
The passenger side.
Okay. The back passenger side floorboard?
Yes.
Okay. And also, is there blood on the center console?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 70. Does this fairly and accurately show the blood as you observed it and photographed it that day?
Yes.
Now, State's Exhibit number 71. You said you also saw blood on the back passenger side floorboard.
Yes.
Okay. And so tell the jury what's shown in State's Exhibit number 71.
That's the back seat of the vehicle.
And can you see the pool of blood that's directly behind the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at this picture closely, CSI Enriquez, can you see the blood dripping down from the seat onto the floorboard?
Yes.
And did you see that day?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you photographed it?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 72 is a close-up of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you also photograph some shell casings that were found?
Yes.
And did you also photograph a bullet that was found at the time?
Yes.
I'm going to show you another photograph, State's Exhibit 63 that you took. Do you see that there is an indentation, or appears to be a hole or an indentation in the front passenger seat that's shown in State's Exhibit 63?
Yes.
And then you also took a close-up of that, State's Exhibit number 64. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now looking at State's Exhibit number 67. Are you able to see in this photograph anything on the front passenger floorboard?
Yes.
And what is that you're able to see, sir?
It's the apparent projectile.
And did you then take additional photographs of that, close-up photographs?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, if you would, we have multiple photographs, but what is the purpose of taking the different photographs as they're able to, as you know, I'm showing them?
The first one is usually an overall picture just to give you a generalized view of the area. The second one would be a mid-range photograph showing it a little bit closer but giving you a reference point. And the third one's usually a close-up, which is an actual photo of close-up of the item of evidence.
Okay. So looking at State's Exhibit 67, you pointed the projectile out on the floorboard, and then you said overall, medium, and close-up picture. So then State's Exhibit number 65. Do you see it's the same projectile in this photograph, State's Exhibit 65?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 66 shows again, a close-up of the same projectile shown in State's Exhibits 65 and 67. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit number 73 shows the back seat of the patrol car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Suicide Ricky's. And did you photograph a projectile that was found in the back seat?
Yes.
So I'm going to zoom in. If we look closely, can you see the projectile in the back seat?
Yes, but it's actually a cartridge case.
I'm sorry, cartridge case, yes. I'm sorry, the projectile was in the front floorboard. So the cartridge case, do you see that here?
Yes.
And then you also took a close-up of that, State's Exhibit 74 of the cartridge case. Is that correct?
I did.
I'm sorry. So the close-up is in State's Exhibit 74, and then looking at State's Exhibit 73 shows where where it was located. Is that right?
Yes.
Kind of directly behind the driver's seat, but on the back passenger seat.
Yes.
Now, was there a second cartridge case that was found?
Yes.
And where was that cartridge case found?
On the roadway.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 75, it shows Detective Marconi's patrol car, is that correct?
Yes.
And the vehicle has the trunk open?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were there, sir, do you recall do you know at the time, Lieutenant Hector Salas and now Deputy Chief Hector Salas?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know him?
He was the crime scene unit lieutenant at the time.
Okay, so he was your lieutenant at the time you were at the scene taking these photographs?
Yes.
Do you recall him, or were you present when he came out and removed the Coban hard drive from the trunk of Detective Marconi's vehicle?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of him doing that?
To review the video from the Coban.
Okay, to download it at the Central Sub CSI unit and then review it.
Yes.
All right, so looking at what we have here as numbered 1 and 2, here's some State's Exhibit number 77. Number 2 is the pool of blood, is that correct? And number 1 is the cartridge casing. There's a business card that's flipped over. It's kind of made, do you see it's kind of bent, the business card?
Yes.
Okay. Here's a close-up of it, State's Exhibit number 76. What is the purpose of having that business card placed there?
Officers usually place business cards around items of evidence so that we know where they're at.
And so that something like that, like a cartridge case, could easily get either kicked or moved or lost at a crime scene when people are coming in to give render first aid to the victim. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at this business card, you can see it says San Antonio Police Department Family Assistance Officer, and it has the name of Francis Ochoa. Is that correct, Officer Francis Ochoa?
Yes.
And did you see Officer Francis Ochoa at the scene?
Yes.
Do you know Francis Ochoa?
Yes.
Yes. She works in the same central substation that you work in, right? The
Yes.
same time? So this shown in State's Exhibit number 76, is this the other, the one, the second of the two cartridge casings that you photographed?
Yes.
Did you find, locate, or photograph any other cartridge casings but the two that the jury has seen? The one in the back seat of the patrol car and the one that's on the driver's side of the patrol car on the ground?
What was your answer?
No.
So there were only two that were recovered, is that correct? Two cartridge casings. And at the time, were there any more projectiles recovered other than the one that you photographed on the floorboard, the front passenger floorboard that the jury has seen? Okay. So we saw the close-up pictures, and so what the jury has seen is some of the pictures that don't have numbers on them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Of the items, and then we'll now see pictures with numbers. What is the significance of the numbers that are placed there?
To identify the items of evidence.
Okay. To identify them and then to have them listed should when they go to the property room. Is
Yes.
that correct to say? To keep it organized. So State's Exhibit number 6. The jury saw the close-up of that, which was what, sir?
Would have been the clipboard.
The clipboard with Detective Marconi's name on it, that was on the dashboard of the patrol car?
Yes.
All right, shown in State's Exhibit number 60?
Yes.
And then photograph of it. And you testified before that sometimes there's items that are either photographed or collected that may or may not end up having any evidentiary value, but at the time you don't know. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So State's Exhibit number 80 shows the different numbers where the cartridge casing was found, the pool of blood. Number 7, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 81. What is shown in that picture?
Looks to be like a drawstring cord.
Okay. And do you know if that's related to the case or not? Or
No.
has any evidentiary significance?
I don't know.
No. Okay. But you photographed it and collected it and labeled it as number 7. Is that right?
Yes.
And then a close-up 82, State's Exhibit 82 of the other items. Number 8 is, look at State's Exhibit number 83 is a button.
Yes.
And do you know where that button came from?
No.
There's also State's Exhibit number 84, which is, where's this picture taken?
That is the sidewalk in front of police headquarters.
So it's on the east side of South Santa Rosa? The east side of the headquarters?
East side of headquarters on the west side of the roadway.
Okay. And so you have here, if we look closely, it's number 10 and number 11 are the items of evidence that you've numbered?
Yes.
So item 10 appears to be some sort of old lighter?
Yes.
Okay. It was just there, so you photographed it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then looking again at State's Exhibit 84, you have item number 11. Again, not knowing if it has any significance, you photographed that to item number shown in 86. Is that right?
Yes.
Then there's different individuals Other CSIs took fingerprints, is that correct?
Yes,
You did not, is that right?
correct.
Okay, but you photographed the area where the prints were taken.
Yes.
So we'll look at State's Exhibit number 87, which shows the front door and where items of prints were, or latent prints were attempted to be lifted, is that right?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 88, which shows some additional items of evidence. You have here a, let's see, it looks like a piece of, no, you have 16, 17, and 18.
Yes.
16 appears to be some sort of white plastic.
Yes.
No idea. I mean, right now, I mean, you just collected it because it was there, and that was the path that you were told that the suspect vehicle took. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The close-up states, so that is 16, which is shown here, and then 17 is further up in that same picture, State's Exhibit 88. So here's a close-up of that, and it appears to be some sort of, what did that appear to you to be? State's Exhibit 90, which shows item of evidence number 17.
A piece of plastic.
Okay. Again, not knowing, you just collected it because it was present, right?
Yes.
All right. And then State's Exhibit number 91 shows State's Exhibit number 18. And what is the significance of photographing this picture?
Showing the traffic arm.
And the traffic arm shown and labeled as item of evidence number 18, State's Exhibit number 91. Where is this particular traffic arm located?
On the east side of the parking lot.
Okay. On the Santa Rosa side?
Yes.
Right, and then State's Exhibit number 92, which shows another traffic arm, item of evidence number 19. Where is that?
Oh, that's on the urban loop side.
So, and the significance of photographing this was what, sir?
That the vehicle struck it as it fled.
Okay, struck 19 and also struck 18. Is that right? Item of evidence 18 and 19?
Yes.
Which are shown in State's Exhibit 91 and 92.
Yes.
Okay. And then there are some pictures taken of the headquarter doors where prints were attempted to be lifted. Is that right?
Yes.
And looking at State's Exhibits State's Exhibit number 7, and you have item of evidence photograph 20 and 21, and those are what, sir?
The push bars on the exit doors.
Okay. And so the doors, the push bars weren't collected, but they were where the prints were attempted, or prints were lifted. Is that right?
Yes.
And then these next two pictures, State's Exhibits 93 and 94, show close-ups of those two doors. 93 shows print that was numbered, item of evidence number 20, and a print, item of evidence number 21 on State's Exhibit number 94.
Yes.
You also took photographs of the interior police headquarters. Is that correct, Mr. Enriquez?
Yes.
So State's Exhibit number 8, what does this show, if you can tell the jury?
That's showing the front desk at headquarters.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 9.
Another photo of the desk.
Okay, and it has a number 15, item of evidence 15. Again, is that where a print was lifted and marked as item of evidence number 15?
Yes.
Okay. If we're looking at State's Exhibit number 43, going back to the interior of the patrol car, you see at the bottom of State's Exhibit number 43, right next to the seatbelt, or the seatbelt portion is, where the lock part is, next to between the driver's seat and the center console, there seems to be a a firearm, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall photographing that as well?
Yes.
And you took an overview or overview to medium view of it, and then you also took a closer view of it in State's Exhibit number 95.
Yes.
And was this firearm in the same location, right here next to the seatbelt class, when you arrived and photographed it?
Yes.
Everybody okay on the jury? All right, let's take a quick afternoon break, make it 10 minutes.
All right for the jury?
That was real close. That's the one itself.
It's about the right.
It's a long afternoon. Hey Sid, can you ask one of them to watch my secret spot? If y'all are gonna leave.
I'll stay right here.
Okay, thank you.
You may be seated.
You may be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Starting to round the corner. State, you may continue.
CSI, in that case, you were saying that you also went to another location and collected a sweatshirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that location?
It's the Cesar Chavez exit from IH-35.
And you said, and when would you have gone to that location?
I don't have a specific time, but it was while I was still at the main scene.
Okay. And so had you photographed the main scene first and then went to the other location?
Yes.
Okay. And how far was this location from the main scene?
A couple of blocks.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 96. Do you recognize this, State's Exhibit 96?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 96?
It's a diagram
Okay. And what is it a diagram of?
of the Cesar Chavez exit area.
Okay. And did you create this diagram?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 97. Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit number 97, it's a photograph of the sweatshirt that's labeled as item of evidence number 5.
Yes.
And does your diagram fairly and accurately show where you found and then photographed, not collected, right, because you didn't collect anything,
Correct.
but where you found and photographed item number 5?
Yes.
Right. And does the photograph fairly and accurately show State's Exhibit 97, what's depicted as item of evidence number 5?
Yes.
Okay. And then also there is State's Exhibit number 98. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And on State's Exhibit number 98, does this fairly and accurately show where you found the item of evidence number 5, the black sweatshirt? Black. Is it a hoodie or a sweatshirt?
I call it a hoodie.
A hoodie, okay. State's Exhibit number 98, does it show the location? That's also then corresponds to your diagram, State's Exhibit number 96.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, this time the State moves to introduce State's Exhibits 96, 97, and 98. CSI Enriquez, you testified that that sometime while you were at police headquarters, were you notified that a black hoodie sweatshirt was located?
Yes.
Okay. And when would that be? I mean, we know that you arrived at police headquarters, 315 South Santa Rosa at 11:42 a.m. and you began immediately photographing the scene. Do you know when it was you were called to the Cesar Chavez exit off the 35 to photograph and then later collect? Because you did in fact collect the black hoodie if you look at your report, right?
Yes.
Is that the only item of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. And the black hoodie, what size? Tell us a little bit about it. It's a black in color.
It was a black colored NFL Pittsburgh Steelers hoodie sweater, size large.
Okay. And where was it found?
On the right hand shoulder of Cesar Chavez exit from IH-35 South.
And do you know then the time frame of when you were notified that this item, who found this item of evidence that you collected, item number 5?
It would have been Detective Rooks.
And do you know, in relation to the time of the capital murder of Benjamin Marconi, when Detective Rooks contacted you and asked you to come to photograph and collect the black hoodie?
I don't know the exact time.
You don't know?
No.
At what point during the day? Do you know? I know you don't know the exact time. Can you give us an estimate of when it was?
Probably within the first hour of after I arrived.
Okay. Sometime within that time frame?
Yes.
Could be a little later, could be, but the earliest within an hour?
Sure. Yes.
And you testified, but could you give us a little more specific information with the distance from where Detective Marconi was shot in front of police headquarters to the location where this black Pittsburgh Steelers, and so the Pittsburgh Steelers, can you describe what it looks like, the black hoodie?
It has like 3 colored diamonds on it.
Okay, and how large are the diamonds?
A couple of inches.
Okay, so just a little emblem like this?
Yes.
And where is the emblem located?
I believe it was in the center of the chest.
All right. And so where was that? So the distance from police headquarters where Detective Marconi was shot to where the sweatshirt was found would be what?
About 2-3 blocks.
So again, the state moves to offer into evidence States Exhibits 96, 97, and 98.
Subject to the same judgment.
I'll overrule. Admit States Exhibits 96, 97, 98.
Your Honor, may I publish these to the jury?
Yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 96. This is the diagram, correct, that you created, SAPD 1625-3595 case number?
Yes.
And you made the diagram on November 20th of 2016, and the location is what, sir?
Cesar Chavez exit from IH-35 South.
And it has your name and badge number, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so looking at your diagram, does it show, can you tell us where E5 is in your diagram?
Right.
Okay. And what is E5?
The hoodie.
And so then looking at State's Exhibit number 98, is this a photograph that shows also, a photograph of your diagram?
Yes.
Right. And can you tell us by looking at that where the E5, the black hoodie, was located?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 97. which is a close-up of item number E5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and it has, you said, some sort of like Pittsburgh Steelers emblem on the front.
Yes.
After you photographed the scene in front of police headquarters, which would include the Detective Marconi's patrol car, the exterior of headquarters, correct?
Yes.
The interior of police headquarters, which showed the information desk,
Yeah. Yes.
the items of evidence that were collected at the scene by CSI Brenda Oliva, that you photographed the items of evidence.
Yes.
The relation of the various vehicles, the kind of an overview of the scene.
Yes.
Also the parking lot, the south parking lot area where the shooter traveled and entered, traveled, and then exited from the San Antonio Police Department parking lot.
Yes.
Okay, and then collected and photographed item E5, the black hoodie. Did you do anything else in connection to your investigation in this case?
No.
Your Honor, this time we'll pass the witness.
Just briefly, Your Honor. So you were dispatched, the shooting occurred like 11:38 and 27 seconds, and you testified you got dispatched at 11:39?
Yes.
Okay, and you arrived at 11:42?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if I were to tell you that 26 CSIs worked on this case, would you have any knowledge of that?
Just the ones that were there on the scene with me.
How many were?
Six.
And I think that you may have said something about the MDT, and you said, did you say you didn't push any buttons?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that before, at some point, the officers wanted to look at the coal band. That's in your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those officers wouldn't even sit on the seat or do anything until you put a blue sheet on the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And the idea behind that is you wanted to preserve the evidence.
And also, the blood on the seat, didn't want to sit on the blood.
Okay. But you want to preserve the integrity of the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move anything around inside the patrol vehicle?
No.
Thank you very much. Anything further?
One second, Your Honor, please. You said that the defense counsel asked you, were you aware that there were, I think you said 26 CSIs that worked on this case? And your response was, well, you knew there were approximately 6 that worked the scene at 315 South Santa Rosa. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so are you aware that there were other scenes that they were called out to throughout the investigation? Maybe scene of arrest and other places?
Yes.
And CSIs would be dispatched to, say, if a car is recovered, or if a person is arrested in the case, or if, for example, they stay at a hotel. But CSIs go out to the various locations and photograph and collect evidence.
Yes.
I'll pass it.
Nothing further. Hold on. Sorry. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. If you want to place the exhibit on the ledge.
Got a minute for us to get his report.
Yes. And you may call your next witness.
The state recalls Lieutenant Curtis Walker.
Roger, you're still under oath. Yes, sir. Just make sure everybody can hear you. State.
Thank you for coming again, Newton. So you testified, I believe, on Monday,
Yes,
and you told this jury that you were Benjamin Marconi's supervisor at the time of his death,
yes, that's correct.
and that you actually had breakfast with Benjamin Marconi on that day of his death, on November 20th, 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were with him at breakfast, was he in his full police uniform?
Yes,
And was he officially acting as a San Antonio police officer on that day?
yes, he was.
As his supervisor, are you the one that arranges any scheduling or determines who's going to work that day?
Yes.
And what was Benjamin Marconi's shift that day?
He was working the downtown initiative that we had going. Best of my recollection, the hours were 07:30 to 17:30. 7:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the afternoon.
Thank you. I'm not good with military time.
Sorry.
So, how would someone be released from a shift?
So because he was assigned the initiative, he would have, like if he wanted to take off,
Yes.
he would have come to me and said that he wanted to take off. And if I could let him off, then he would have given me an overtime card for the actual hours worked instead of waiting till the end of the day and giving me an overtime card for the full day.
So on the morning of November 20th, 2016, did you ever receive a call from Benjamin Marconi asking to end his shift early?
No,
Did anyone else call on his behalf asking that Benjamin Marconi's official shift as a police officer for SAPD end early?
oh no, no.
So as his supervisor, you have full knowledge that he was in fact acting in the lawful discharge of his duties up until he died.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge, speculation. His opinion testimony is not admissible. It's not relevant. And hold on, Your Honor. It goes to an ultimate issue of fact, and it evades the province of the jury. And they are recalling him. We thought this officer was not going to be called. Before the court rules, we'd like to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you still want the hearing outside the presence if I sustain and ask the state to rephrase?
No, not if you sustain, Your Honor.
Okay. Sustained, and you can rephrase.
As far as you are aware, the last time you saw Benjamin Marconi on the morning of November 20th, 2016, he went off to complete his official shift as a police officer. Is that correct?
Yes, last time I saw Detective Benjamin Marconi, he was driving, it would have been westbound on Commerce away from my office where he dropped me off.
And at any point, did he contact you asking to end his shift early?
No, he did not.
What was the last notification you heard about Benjamin Marconi on that morning?
After the call for the officer-involved shooting came out, and then I discovered that it was Detective Marconi.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit Number 12. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's Detective Benjamin Marconi.
Okay.
that you knew personally? From working with him?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
And was this the person that you were supervising on that day, November 20th, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone other, as the supervisor of the shift, that could ever release one of your officers working a shift?
Yes, Sergeant Adam Zeldis. However, he wouldn't have been working on a Sunday, so he would not. If in the rare case of an emergency where I'm tied up on a call and an officer has a family emergency and maybe called him, Sergeant Zeldis would have let the officer off and then immediately, as soon as I was available, got hold of me and let me know that happened. That didn't happen that day. And the only other person that could have let him off would have been the lieutenant at that time, which I believe was Randall Smith. And it's the same thing. Lieutenant Smith would have referred him to the on-duty sergeant.
If he doesn't know, would have referred him. He's speculating and he lacks personal knowledge of that, Your Honor, unless he knows for a fact.
All right, let's get the next question.
Were you aware of anyone that day asking to be let off early? Or
No.
an emergency? Any officers having an emergency that they need to be released for?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 44 and entered into evidence. By looking at it, can you tell what you're looking at in State's Exhibit number 44? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the computer screen from our laptop computer, and this is 315 South Santa Rosa. This is probably a photo of Detective Marconi's computer screen at the time.
And because it has the address, the last address of this vehicle was at, is that correct?
Yes.
And how does this screen pop up? Being a former, I'm sure you worked patrol at some point, how does the MDT unit work?
If I may, Your Honor, can I take a moment with Dar very briefly?
Yes.
Officer, I noticed you said this is probably a screenshot of Officer Marconi's vehicle. Do you know for a fact that that is a screenshot of Officer Marconi's vehicle?
Can I say that they didn't take another patrol car at some point in time? I didn't know. I can't say that.
Okay, then he lacks personal knowledge, Your Honor, speculating.
It's in evidence already, Your Honor.
Not from this officer. He lacks personal knowledge and he's speculating and therefore it's not relevant, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection to that question.
Is there anything on here that would lead you to believe whose MDT this is as you're looking at it?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it says right here, Benjamin E. Marconi.
And what does that mean when Benjamin Marconi's name is at the top of that screen?
That means that he was the officer who was signed onto this screen at this time.
And can you tell from that what time that is? Does it have the time on there? I can't see.
It should be right. I can't read it. I'm sorry. I want to guess 12:07. I don't know.
It looks like 11:30 maybe from what I can tell.
I think that maybe these cheaters obviously are not heavy enough.
Okay. I'm suffering the same problem. So this shows roughly 11:30 from what we can tell that Benjamin Marconi was signed on to this MTT. And can you tell from this screen, with your own knowledge of working with an MDT, what is happening in this screen?
Yes, this is a license plate query. Texas license plate number Delta Lima DLV, 9244, was queried on our computer system, and it shows that it came back to 2001 Pontiac. Lists the color as red. Gives the owner, previous owner.
Who's the owner of that vehicle?
Norma and Rowland.
When someone does a license plate query, is that part of their official duties as an officer?
Yes.
And usually, from your experience and training, and in fact being a patrol officer yourself at one point, when does an officer initiate a license plate query?
Well, license plate queries are actually initiated quite frequently. They can be initiated just as you're driving down the road. You're constantly looking for warrants or bolos or whatever. They're also quite frequently associated with traffic stops.
All right. Additionally, can an off-duty officer, per y'all's handbook or whatever, can an off-duty officer pull a vehicle over?
Our general manual prohibits off-duty officers from making traffic stops.
So someone that was off-duty and not acting in their official capacity as a peace officer would be forbidden of conducting a traffic stop, is that correct?
That is correct.
So as Benjamin Marconi's official supervisor on November 20th, 2016, was he in fact on duty on November 20th, 2016?
Yes, and as such, he would have fallen under all the general manual procedures that those who were scheduled to work bike patrol were under that day, to include if you don't show up for work after you've committed to it, we would have disciplinary issues with that.
And was he in fact on duty as his supervisor on duty at 11:30 a.m. that morning?
Yes.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I object. Again, it depends what duty is, and therefore, if duty is the question, it's not relevant. The question is whether at that moment in time the officer was in lawful discharge of his duties. It's not relevant. He lacks personal knowledge. He's speculating. It goes to an ultimate issue of fact, and it makes the province of the jury.
Response?
He is his supervisor. It's incredibly relevant as is part of what we have to prove in the indictment, that he was on duty. And who better to explain he's on duty than his
Your Honor,
supervisor?
Your Honor, can we have a hearing outside the presence of the jury? Unless you're going to sustain it.
Members of the jury, give us a few minutes.
All right, for the jury.
You may be seated.
All right. What's the hearing?
Well, Your Honor, the indictment alleges that at the time, Officer Benjamin Marconi was in the lawful discharge of his duties. And that's a question of fact for the jury, not for any other person to opine on that or to decide that. They're trying to get this officer to say that that moment in time, that's a question of fact under the indictment, and it's not duty. It doesn't say he was on duty. It's the lawful discharge of official duties, Your Honor, not he was on duty on shift. And
Just by way of example, we understand that they were on duty when they went and had breakfast or lunch or the meal they went and had. But I don't think anybody would agree that while they were in there having their food and eating and talking to each other, that they were acting in an official capacity, that is a discharge of the duty. Okay? What's the exact language?
Well, the question was whether he was on duty, not whether he was acting in the discharge of his duties, right? I mean, I don't think the state asked that
Acting in
question.
the lawful discharge of an official duty when they were eating. It's not happening. And so for them to say, was he acting in the lawful discharge of an official duty at 11:38, he wasn't with him, he doesn't know.
Judge, that was not my question.
That is exactly your question.
If you're just asking duty, that's not relevant. That part is.
Whether he's on duty or not, we all agree he was working a shift. But it's just like if an officer is behind a sign and taking a nap, he is certainly not acting in the lawful discharge of an official duty. Since this witness has no idea what the complainant in this case was doing at 11:38, he cannot testify about the official act. Everybody knows he was on duty. That is, he was working a shift. But what he was doing at that particular time, this witness cannot testify that it was acting in the lawful discharge of an official duty.
Right, I'm reviewing the court reporter's notes, and the question was, and was he in fact on duty as a supervisor, on duty at 11:30 a.m. that morning? That's the objection. I'll overrule that objection.
But his objection was it's not relevant. It's not a...
See, they just said they have to prove the indictment, Your Honor. That question is not relevant. The relevant question, and it goes to an ultimate issue of fact to the jury.
Well, we'll just take it. If they ask it, then ask them this question. He knows that for a fact.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Well, Your Honor, then she's going to ask the follow-up question. Maybe we should just keep the jury out until we make a ruling on that.
Well, I already overruled. What was the following question?
Was he acting in his official duty
And the lawful discharge of his duties.
at 11:30?
He can. It's our position, Your Honor, as his supervisor and as an expert of San Antonio Police Department policy to supervise his employees, he can certainly give an opinion on whether somebody on duty is acting in the lawful discharge of their duties. If you take to its logical extreme their argument, the only way you can ever prove that is we have to talk to Benjamin Marconi, who unfortunately is dead. Nobody else can testify he was in the lawful discharge of his duties. Their example that they used, Your Honor, if these gentlemen were out eating somewhere, they're still on duty. A police officer, a peace officer in Texas is on duty 24 hours, 7 days a week. And if they were to get a call while they're eating, they have to go respond to that call.
All right, so now you're acting like the jury is unable to make reasonable inferences to the evidence. They have plenty of evidence that they could make reasonable inferences of. You agree with that?
Your Honor, if we get, they're saying that, and the court said you're overruling our question as to whether he was on duty, because they're saying that's not relevant. So the court is saying I'm overruling that objection, and we can ask that question.
I'm overruling the objection as to whether or not he was on duty.
Okay.
Now, whether or not he was discharging the lawful course of his duties, I think the jury has plenty of evidence to make those reasonable inferences. You agree with that?
Hopefully, Judge.
Let's bring him in.
All right, for the jury. May be seated.
Welcome back, members of the jury. State.
Going back to the last question I asked you, was Benjamin Marconi on duty at 11:30 a.m. on November 20th, 2016 when he was shot in front of police headquarters?
Judge, we object that goes too far. We object that this officer does not have knowledge of what was happening at 11:38.
All right, the question was whether he was on duty. Overruled.
Yes, he was on duty.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness at this time.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, State, call your next witness.
The state calls Art Lopez.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Make sure that everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Microphone does adjust if you need to. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, sir. My name's Arthur Lopez, A-R-T-H-U-R, Lopez, L-O-P-E-Z.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you tell the members of the jury, although they can probably tell by your uniform, what it is you do for a living?
Police officer for the San Antonio Police Department,
And Officer Lopez, how long have you been a police officer?
14 years.
And what are your duties currently?
I'm assigned to the patrol division. I enforce state and city laws, city ordinances. Also conduct traffic stops, field contacts with pedestrians.
Okay. And have you been a patrolman for the entire course of your career, or have you done anything else with the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, sir. I've been a patrolman for my whole career.
Okay. And Officer Lopez, do you remember the date, Sunday, November 20th, 2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us why you remember that date?
It was the day that Detective Benjamin Marconi was killed.
Okay. And do you remember where you were that morning that Detective Marconi was killed?
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us where you were?
I was at the Downtown Baptist Center.
Okay. And what were you doing there?
I was finishing up on a family violence call. I was in the emergency room area, and I exited their emergency room area, and I was walking towards my patrol vehicle.
Okay. And did anything happen? I mean, how did you said you were, how did you come to know that there had been a shooting?
As I was walking towards my patrol vehicle, I was monitoring my police radio. Out of the blue, all of a sudden, a officer stated that there was an officer down. The dispatcher assigned to the central sector said, "What? Where are you at?" And that officer stated that an officer had been shot in front of the police headquarters building.
And what did you do as a result of hearing that?
As soon as I heard that, I got inside my police vehicle and I traveled from the Downtown Baptist Center immediately towards the police headquarters building.
And approximately how far is it from the Downtown Baptist to, I guess, 315 Santa Rosa Street?
I would say approximately 2-3 miles.
Okay. And about how quickly do you think you got there that morning?
Very fast, sir.
Okay. And why was that?
Because it was an emergency. An officer had been shot. It happened in front of headquarters. An officer down.
What did you do? What did you see upon arrival at headquarters?
Okay, so traveling from the Baptist Medical Center, I'm traveling southbound on Santa Rosa Street. I pass Commerce, I pass De La Rosa. When I approach Nueva and Santa Rosa, I stop my patrol vehicle right there at that intersection to block off vehicle traffic coming southbound. I exit my car and I run towards what I see is a Crown Victoria police car. As I'm approaching that vehicle, I see a officer wearing a SWAT uniform, and I see 2 other officers and another gentleman. As I'm approaching from their left side, I see Detective Marconi laying on the ground.
Okay, let me stop you for a second. Officer Lopez, when you said you stopped your patrol car at the corner of Santa Rosa and Nueva, and I think you said you did it to block traffic. What can you tell us what was the purpose of doing that? Why do you need to do that?
To preserve the crime scene.
Okay.
Since that officer said that there was an officer shot and it happened in front of headquarters,
I didn't know the size of the crime scene. I didn't know anything. But I just figured, let me stop my patrol or park my patrol vehicle here and, have a big crime scene. And if we need to shrink it, then we'll shrink it, size it down.
So between the time you left the downtown Baptist to the time that you stopped your vehicle at the corner there of Nueva and Santa Rosa, did you hear over the radio any information as far as a suspect or a suspect vehicle at that point before you got out of your car?
No, sir, not until later.
Okay. So at that point, as far as the police radio is concerned, there was no suspect yet, and there was no description of a suspect vehicle.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that that would be some information that y'all would want to know as soon as possible?
Yes, sir, immediately.
Okay. So now you said you approached the Crown Victoria, you saw a SWAT officer, and what did you say, a couple of other individuals?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said with Detective Marconi, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know Detective Ben Marconi?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know him?
Before Detective Marconi got promoted, he worked at the San Antonio Police West Substation. He was assigned to the first shift, and I was on the second shift. So when we would change shifts, we would see each other, have chit-chat, and then sometimes I would see him off duty.
Okay. Now, when you saw him, did you know immediately, and can you describe, you've already said that they were working on Detective Marconi. In what position, or where was Detective Marconi when they were working on him? What did you see?
Okay, so when I approached those officers and Detective Marconi, his feet were straight ahead. His head was being cradled, or his upper body was being cradled by, I want to say, a SWAT officer. Okay. When I approached him, I saw, excuse me, a large size hole in Detective Marconi's head. And when I mean large, I mean the size of my hand. And as I was there, somebody had told me
I'm going to object to hearsay, Your Honor.
that
Hold on.
I would anticipate this is a present sense impression, Judge. An officer has just been shot. These are present sense impression remarks.
Can we approach you on
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Officer Lopez, you were about to say that somebody said something to you. Is that right? Did somebody say something to you, or did they ask you a question?
no, somebody told me something.
Okay. Who was that person?
That person, I do not know who it was,
Okay.
but
What was the nature of what they told you? Don't tell me exactly what they told you, but what did it concern?
who shot Detective Marconi?
Okay. So they were giving you a description, a possible description.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that description?
That a black male had shot Detective Marconi. That the black male, after he shot Detective Marconi, entered a compact, dark colored car. And that they fled from that scene using the south parking lot of the police headquarters building and fleeing westbound towards the highway, which is IH-35. After I was told that information, I used my police radio and I informed the dispatcher that was assigned to the central sector of what I was told so that we could broadcast that to the other officers and so that we could set up a quadrant.
Okay. Now, what is a quadrant?
A quadrant is an area that would be search for whatever is given out.
And so, would it be fair to say that you've already testified it's important or necessary, that time is of the essence? Would it be fair to say that once you get that information, you need that information so that other officers can be on the lookout for the person or persons that did this shooting?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Time is of the essence.
Okay. This jury has had the opportunity to see the evidence videos, and you're out there at the scene on the video. Do you know another patrolwoman by the name of Frances Ochoa?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember Frances being there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you and Frances were two of the first patrolmen or patrol persons there on the scene?
I would say we were some of the first officers to arrive at the scene.
So after you put this out, and did you have to wait for somebody to give you an order to put this information out over the radio, or even to show up at the scene? You know, well, let's start with this. Did you have to wait for an order from some superior when you heard that there was an officer down just a few blocks from public safety headquarters before you took off as fast as you could to get to the scene?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you have to wait for an order from some superior in order to get on the radio to broadcast to your brother officers, your brother and sister officers, that this is the information, you're looking for a dark-colored vehicle, a black male involved in this shooting? Did you have to wait for somebody to let you do that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you did, in fact, do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And then can you tell us what you did after that, sir?
After I informed the dispatcher of the description of the suspect and the getaway vehicle, I informed the dispatcher there was an EMS unit en route. And the dispatcher informed me that there was. I informed the dispatcher to inform that EMS unit to step it up, to get here immediately, because this was a life-threatening situation.
And did the EMS unit get there pretty quickly?
Yes, they did.
And let me take you back for a second. When you first got to the scene and you first see the person you determine is Ben Marconi being treated, did you know when you first got to the scene and you saw that person on the ground that was Detective Ben Marconi?
No, sir.
Okay. And why didn't you? You said you knew him.
I knew him. That year, I believe it was the first year, Chief McManus had allowed the male officers to grow facial hair for a fundraiser. And I didn't recognize him immediately until I saw his name tag.
Okay. And when did you see his name tag, if you can recall?
I believe when he was placed on the gurney.
Now, you said the EMS unit showed up, and I assume Detective Marconi was placed into the unit. We heard somebody use the term on the video that's in evidence, we have an officer in the box. Do you know what that means?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, was there a requirement, or did some officer get into the box of the EMS unit to accompany Detective Marconi to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was that officer?
It was me.
All right. And why was it you?
When the EMS unit got there, the paramedics didn't say anything. They immediately took out the gurney and placed Detective Marconi's body onto the gurney. They loaded the gurney into the back of the EMS unit, and I remember looking at the officers that were providing him aid, and then they weren't moving. So I just made the decision to get in the back of that EMS unit to be with Detective Marconi.
So now you're in the back of the EMS unit with Detective Marconi. I want to put you there. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Are you mentally in the box with him?
Yes, sir.
The box of the EMS unit? Who else is back there?
2 paramedics.
All right. And where are y'all headed, if you know?
In the beginning, I didn't know, but then there was mention from one of the paramedics, SAMC.
Okay. And what is SAMC?
It's a hospital over there at Fort Sam Houston.
Okay. The formerly known, I guess, as Brooke Army Medical Center?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And why would, if you know, why would Detective Marconi have been taken there?
It is the closest facility that treats gunshot wounds, and it was their decision.
So you're in the box with the EMS box with Detective Marconi and the 2 EMTs. Can you tell us what was the condition of Ben Marconi at that point when he's in there?
While we're in the back of the EMS unit and traveling to the SAMC, one of the paramedics is cradling or holding Detective Marconi's head. And the other paramedic and has something like styrofoam around the head. The other paramedic was placing IVs into Detective Marconi's arms. After that was done, I remember that paramedic then assisting the paramedic that was cradling Detective Marconi's head, and they were trying to prevent him from choking on his own blood, and then treating the gunshot wound to the head.
Would it be fair to say, let me stop you for a second, would it be fair to say that they were doing everything they could to try to save his life?
Above and beyond, yes, sir.
Okay. If he in fact were still alive. Would that be true?
Yes, sir.
All right. So while they're doing this, while they're trying to, I guess, try to get him an airway, and the other one is putting IVs in his arms. Let me ask you this: do you have any medical training?
Some.
Okay. What were you doing while they were doing this?
I was providing CPR.
Were you doing that on your own, or did they ask you to do that?
They asked me to do that.
Would it be fair to say that it took all three of you to be working on him back there?
Yes, sir.
Now, approximately, Officer Lopez, how long did it take to get to SAMC?
If I had to estimate, 5 to 10 minutes.
And were you able to hear any communication between the EMS unit and the personnel at SAMC?
Yes, one of the paramedics asked me to use their radio to inform SAMC that we were close and that to be ready.
Okay. Do you remember them using any special particular terminology when they were coming in? And if you don't, that's fine.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, what happened once y'all got to SAMC?
When we arrived at SAMC, I remember the doors being opened to the rear of the EMS unit. I remember seeing maybe possibly a dozen or more medical staff members, and they were ready. The paramedics unloaded the gurney, and I remember looking back inside the EMS unit, and it was pretty bloody. It was a mess back there. And we went to the operating room, and they started cutting Detective Marconi's uniform. And they got him naked to see if there was any other wounds, any other gunshot wounds to the body.
Well, let me stop you there. Would it be fair to say that you guarded or accompanied Detective Marconi to SAMC? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that the back of it was bloody. Did you have blood on your uniform also then at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So where did they take Detective Marconi into, if you know? What room once they got him inside the hospital?
When we arrived, I remember it was to the left of their emergency room bay. I mean, immediately to the left. They took the gurney into that operating room.
And did you go into the operating room as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Or you're not a doctor, I assume, right?
No, I'm not.
Why did you go into the operating room with Detective Marconi?
To be by his side, you know. He wasn't alone, you know, and he's a fellow officer. He's down. And that's what we were taught in the police academy. You don't leave a down officer.
Okay. So you were telling the jury that they were cutting off his uniform, and initially you said that there were like, what, 12 medical personnel outside?
Yes, sir.
Was there a lot of medical personnel in the operating room?
Yes, there was.
Were they acting with haste? Were they acting quickly?
Yes, they were.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, since you were there, what it was like to be in that operating room at that time when they were working on Detective Marconi?
It was very intense. Again, they cut his uniform off, and he was naked. I remember seeing they got a scalpel, and on the left side of his body, on the armpit.
And relevance, Your Honor.
I'll sustain. You can answer the next question.
Did you see any procedures that they were performing on Detective Marconi in order to try to save his life?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that, and these procedures occurred in front of you?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Had Detective Marconi been declared dead yet?
No, sir.
Okay. And you were describing a scalpel. What did you see them do with the scalpel?
One individual got a scalpel, and from the left armpit down to the rib cage, they did a laceration. They cut it. And I go, "What are you doing?"
Well,
I
Your
go,
Honor, I'm going to object, Your Honor, to non-responsive narrative. It's not relevant. If it is relevant, probative value is outweighed by its unfair prejudice, Your Honor, especially from this witness that has no medical training, Your Honor. And he's about to talk about hearsay also, so.
Sustain.
Officer Lopez, how long were you in there when they were trying to save Detective Marconi's life?
I would estimate 15 to 20 minutes.
And were you in there when did they eventually call it and say, he's no longer with us?
Yes, they did.
In your opinion, based on what you saw, did the medical staff do everything possible to save his life?
Yes, sir. They went above and beyond.
You already described what the EMS looked like. Did the operating room look pretty much the same?
It was worse.
What were your duties then with regards to Detective Marconi's body at this point, once he was declared dead? Who was his body handed over to, or who was responsible for taking care of his body as per the San Antonio Police Department?
I was informed at 12:23 hours, 12:23 p.m., he was pronounced deceased, dead. When that was informed to me by the medical staff, I contacted, at the time, Lieutenant Benjamin Lambert. He's now a captain with the department. I informed him that Detective Marconi was dead. And Lieutenant Lambert informed me, "What do you need?" And I informed him that I needed a couple crime scene investigators to come and photograph Detective Marconi's injury, his body, and to collect his uniform and duty belt.
Why? Let me stop you there for a second, officer. Why did you feel it was necessary to have some crime scene investigators come out and do that?
Because it's a homicide. Some of our procedures for the San Antonio Police Department, and it's evidence of what he was wearing, and a gunshot wound to the head.
And after you spoke to Lieutenant Lambert and made that request for additional San Antonio Police Department personnel, what, if anything, did you do next?
After that, I stood by with Detective Marconi and waited until the CSI investigator arrived.
And then once the CSI investigator arrived, did they begin their work?
Yes, the investigator did perform her duties.
And were you present when she performed her duties?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist her in performing her duties?
Yes, I did.
And what did y'all do?
She was very traumatized.
Well, Your
Yes.
Honor, I'm going to object to non-responsive. He's asked the question to answer the question. This is a trained police officer. They're trained how to testify.
Sustained.
What did you help her do, Officer Lopez?
I assisted her with collecting Detective Marconi's uniform, his duty belt. And then I had to position his body so that she could photograph his body as well as the gunshot wounds.
Would it be fair to say, you've already testified you knew Ben Marconi, would it be fair to say that was a difficult duty for you personally?
Well, Your Honor, that's irrelevant, Your Honor.
Not sustained.
Once you completed the task with CSI Patton, what did you do next?
After that was performed, one of the medical staff members informed me
I'm going to object to hearsay, Your Honor.
that
I'll sustain.
Without telling me what the medical staff person told you, what did you do as a result of what they told you?
they came in and they collected Detective Marconi's body to clean it up.
And what was had the family come in yet to see Detective Marconi's body at this point?
No, sir. That was a purpose for cleaning it up. Was due to they were expecting family, friends, and coworkers.
Again, Your Honor.
All right, you can ask the next question.
And then once the body was cleaned up, did the family come in to spend some time with Detective Marconi?
Yes, sir.
And at some point was Detective Marconi accompanied out of SAMC?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it part of the policy for you were there with him before he was pronounced deceased? Did you continue to guard or accompany his body when he left SAMC?
Yes, sir.
And how did that happen?
I was informed by my superiors that I was going to sign a form, and that the hospital was going to release Detective Marconi's body into my custody. I was informed that we would transport Detective Marconi's body to the medical examiner's office by being escorted by police officers, and that the body would go inside an EMS unit.
So who transported? Were you in the EMS unit once again with Detective Marconi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did anybody accompany y'all to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. I remember there was a fire engine in front of the EMS unit and a fire engine behind it. I remember the San Antonio Police motor unit being there, approximately maybe 10 to 20. And as we were traveling, I remember hearing the helicopters up in the air.
Your Honor, can you instruct this officer, who is a trained police officer, that's been trained how to testify, that when an attorney stands up to object, he is to stop talking, Your Honor, testifying. And my objection is it's narrative, it's non-responsive, and it's not relevant at this time. This is going to be victim impact statements, Your Honor. All this is not relevant.
You understand that? Yes, sir. All right, next question.
Does the EMS unit with Detective Marconi's body and yourself, does it ultimately arrive at the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you continue there, or are you relieved to continue some other portion of the investigation of the killing of Detective Marconi?
I continue.
Okay. What do you continue doing as part of the investigation?
When we arrived at the medical examiner's office, I had to contact the individual that was on duty, and then it was released into their custody, Detective Marconi's body. After that was done, I contacted a supervisor from the Northwest Police Substation, the Prue Substation. I informed him that Detective Marconi's body was there and that I needed relief. Immediately, a couple officers went and they guarded Detective Marconi's body.
And then where did you go from there, Officer Lopez?
After that, I was transported back to the downtown area, to the headquarters building.
And did you go home then, or did you continue to work this case?
I had to continue and work the case, sir.
And what did you do?
When I arrived, I contacted, at the time, Lieutenant Lambert, and I informed him what had happened at the hospital, the body being taken to the medical examiner's office, and then getting relieved by a couple officers from the Northwest substation. He asked me if I could continue to work. I informed him yes. He said, okay, I would need you to assist another officer with the patrol car that Detective Marconi was operating.
Okay, so now he's directing you to work in regard or with Detective Marconi's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
The vehicle that he was killed in?
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do as per Lieutenant Lambert's orders?
The crime scene investigators, the crime scene had just finished being processed. I remember approaching the Crown Victoria. I noticed that the driver's side window was not shattered. I looked inside and I remember seeing a bullet hole in one of the seats. And I remember seeing a puddle of blood on the floorboard. And after that was processed, a tow truck came. And the Crown Victoria was towed from the police headquarters building to a secure location.
And what secure location is that?
It's a garage located off of 9th Street.
And what is there? Does the San Antonio Police Department utilize that location for a particular purpose?
Only in high cases, high volume cases.
And what do they do at that 9th Street location?
They placed the vehicle inside that garage and secured it.
And what's the purpose of it going there?
For evidence, to secure the evidence, to preserve it.
Officer Lopez, did that end your duties then?
No, I still had to document the report of everything that was done that day.
Let me just make sure I don't have anything to ask you. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Officer Lopez.
Officer Lopez, good afternoon. My name is Eyewitness. You testified that you were walking back. You were at what hospital here downtown? Baptist?
Downtown Baptist Medical Center, yes, sir.
And you had completed an assault investigation. You were walking back to your car.
Yes, sir.
And that's when the E-tone came out?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 5. Can you just review that and tell me if that's your police report?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, I'm going to be brief. Can you just tell me what the first sentence says?
As I was investigating an assault on the 100 block of Dallas, I heard a police officer say on the police radio that there was an officer down.
So you were in the act of investigating an assault at the 100 block of Dallas, right? Is that what that says?
Yes, sir.
And you're trained in writing reports, right?
Yes, sir.
And you write them to put your memory to paper so that it's more accurate than years later, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But today you're testifying you had completed the investigation.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that your testimony? Okay.
No questions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Right, members of the jury, it's 5:20. I'm going to go ahead and break for the day. I'm going to ask that you be here no later than 9 o'clock in the morning. We should go 9 o'clock through the end of the day. Again, we will take a lunch break tomorrow as well as morning and afternoon breaks. Remember the instructions I gave you. They're going to apply till the conclusion of the trial. No independent investigation. Don't discuss the case with anybody. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning.
All right, so jury.